Most of our kind rely on stories to know what our people were like before. Strong, secretive, warlike. We were feared. We were powerful. Then, everything changed. 22 years ago, the star of the Hobus system went supernova. The resulting explosion traveled through subspace to hit Romulus and Remus, our homeworlds. No one could have predicted that would happen, and no one could have stopped it. Millions died. Those who survived were scattered across dozens of worlds. One day we were citizens of one of the greatest powers of the galaxy, and the next we were just trying to survive. Every day was a struggle if you weren't part of the militant and oppressive Tal Shiar, or ruling everything from on high like Empress Sela. For ordinary Romulans, military victories don't mean much when you're hungry. Life goes on. The Klingons and Starfleet are at one another's throats, but battles light years away don't affect us much. The Tal Shiar are the more immediate threat. They're rebuilding the Empire by force, and pressing anyone they think can help into service. But even they don't seem to know we're here. Put down roots and found friends. Today we'll celebrate what we've created. With hard work and some good fortune, true Romulans will once again rise to be a power in the galaxy. The first step on that path begins here.
Your story is fishy at best, considering the massive amount of blood loss that an injury like this entails. Blood stains on his hands would be almost impossible. Boy, given how pressurized the blood is.
There you are. The security chief was looking for you earlier. She said there's trouble at the vineyard. Avrak's been filing reports all night about Kellids chewing at the vines. He's really worked up.
This would entail maintaining position in such a way that part of the transportation flooding would rattle. In other words, it could have been that her body or head is tilted or turned in some precise way.
Something must have annoyed them. It's not typical Kellid behavior. With the big celebration tonight, I think everyone's a little overexcited. Even the bugs. You should listen to one of Avrak's messages before you head out there.
Interactable items have a glow around them. Walk up and press the X button to interact with the console.
Please tell me you'll help me. Kellids are in the vineyard chewing through the irrigation pipes, and everyone says they're too busy getting ready for the big party to come and do something about it. There won't be any party if everyone's knee-deep in water by nightfall. Get over here and help me fix this. When are you coming over here? This is getting ridiculous. I would appreciate you having them. No. They think these crops just grow without any help from anyone. Tending these vines is a lot of work. No one says thank you. No one pats me in the back. They just keep asking for more. Dad, look, just get over here and take care of the Kellids, all right? Maybe say thank you for all the work I do to keep these vineyards in shape. Me again. Ignore the other message I sent. I lost my temper. Sorry. Maybe that's why you're not here yet. I really could use your help, though. Kellids are chewing through everything, and they won't stop. And no one here is even trying to help. They just keep bouncing me to other people. First to Tovan, then to Navala, then to you. What's next? Should I ask one of the kids? Just please come here soon. Thanks.
If the Kellids are chewing up the vineyard, you should probably grab a pistol, just in case. I'd join you, but the chief has me looking into some odd comm chatter we picked up yesterday. We'll have to catch up later.
Your mini-map shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the mini-map if you are far away from your objective.
Very special product junkies actually flowers broadcasting over Max Cutler is just days away. And celebrating the release of broadcasting.
Your plasma beam pistol has been automatically equipped. You can practice on the nearby bottles. Press the R2 button to attack. hold the triangle button to holster and draw your weapon.
Discussion about the book. Why today? Plus, all ticket sales $455,000. Match my next color.
To sprint, press and hold the left stick while moving.
Match the flowers. Provides financial resources to help solve cases. This is all the minutes of damage. So don't miss out. Register to correspond today at podcast.com/Colts. Launch fees will receive a special signed copy of Podcast Colts. It's podcast.com/Colts to sign up today.
Hi listeners, it's Vanessa from Parcast. Rick and I are here with a very special guest and some incredible news.
That's right, Vanessa. On behalf of the whole Parcast night, we're thrilled to announce our first
Finally. Which message? Never mind. It's chaos here. I need some help. Normally we collect nectar from the local Keldons. Something has driven them into a frenzy. They're chewing on our irrigation system and flooding the vineyard. Excellent. The broken pipes are obvious. They don't want to spray water everywhere. Kellett shouldn't give you too much trouble. A few bursts from your pistol will take care of that.
The Manson family, the Branch Davidians, Nexium, the People's Temple, and more. In Cult, reliable drive someone to start a cult.
Interactions can be interrupted by or combat.
I know for everyone here at Parcast, I say we are so honored to be and we are more grateful for
Visit Parcast.com/Cults. Door to your popular cults inside the world's most notorious groups and understanding the people who join them.
That's Parcast.com/Cults to purchase your copy today. Hi, Parcast listeners. It's Vanessa with some incredible news. You can purchase your copy of our book, Cults, inside the world's most notorious groups and understand the available now at Parcast.com/Cults. Cults is an experiment of people who led and followed the most radical groups in history. It is unflinching exploration into what happens when the most vulnerable
Flooding is stopped, but if those Kellets come back, they'll just break the pipes again. Something's making the insects go crazy. With bugs this size, that's a real problem. Yeah, Bala might be goofing off at me. She knows all about Kellets. Normally down by the greenhouse this time of year. Tell her to stop being lazy and keep these critters contained.
Good idea. Talk to Navala.
I bet she's just lounging around right now, not even thinking about all the damage being done to my vineyard. No one around here wants to put in a good day's work.
Listener discretion
Well,
is advised.
except for you.
This episode features discussions of sex, pornography, graphic violence, and murder. We advise extreme caution for listeners under 13. In October of 1999, the crisp autumn air blanketed the town of Wellesley, Massachusetts. Dr. Dirk Reiner walked the downtown streets, aching.
Just in time. Did you talk with Avrak? He said that I'm what? Lazy? That I've been... Ugh! He's just trying to make me look bad so he can get a promotion. Oh, that's so old-fashioned. Let me tell you what's actually happening.
But her existence made it impossible for him to be with anyone else either. Recently, both the sex worker he once hired...
Kellets are going crazy. I've been working all day to keep them out of the residential areas. This aggressive behavior is new, and we need to figure out what's causing it. That means gathering samples from some of these creatures.
Sexual fantasies from the journey. Walking past the local hardware store, Dirk will take circle back and peer into the sweet front window. Nosy up and down the aisles until something caught his eye. A large
An item is dropped for you. Near the item and it will be automatically automatically added to your inventory.
This metal has some kind of fungus growing on it that's similar to the spores we found on some of the Kellid carapaces. It might explain their behavior, but how are they getting infected in the first place? Also, the flying Kellans have never come out of the cavern before. This is so strange. You're right. The source of the infection could be somewhere inside the cavern. Head over there and see if you can find out what's aggravating the nest. And be careful.
The Spotify original for Marcos. For decades, thousands of medical students have taken this as a classic book. It boils down to no harm. But it was a great man. I hope not. However, some doctors break them, choosing to play God with their patients, deciding who lives and who dies. Each medical service will investigate those who decide to kill. Explore the specifics of how they operate, not just on their patients, in their own minds, examining the psychology and pathology behind harmless medical killings. I'm Alistair Murray, and I'm joined by Dr. David McBeth. Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Dipper, and I'm delighted to share some medical insight with Alistair, into this including episode of Dr. Jeremiah. His routine's role with his wife on one particular day was no walk in the park. You can find episodes of Medical Murders and all the other Spotify originals from podcast for free on Spotify. Just look for the app and type Medical Murders in the search bar. This is our final episode on Dirt Rider, a renowned amateur who created a secret life and his public one. Last week, we followed Dirt as he crumbled under pressure of the American dream. His marriage suffered until Dirk's wife, May, was found dead. Innocent, even while his darkest secrets were exposed. Listen more. Stay with me.
A strange machine and some weird drone things? That is troubling. Someone's been in there. We'll have to let the Maori know about this. It's good you disabled the device, though. Maybe now the Kellids will calm down. I took a look at those biological samples while you were gone, but I can't do much more than a basic tricorder scan. It's just not my area. DeVex might be able to help. He was an engineer in the Romulin military before the homeworld was destroyed. Now he's helping us with our water supply and anything else that takes more specialized knowledge. You should talk to him.
The Halloween scares began sooner than expected on October 31st, 1999. At Morse's Pond near Boston, Massachusetts, homicide detective Marty Romulin assessed the scene of a 58-year-old May Ryder's murder. May's husband, Dr. Dirk Ryder, stood to the side. Dirk had just told officers how he tried to locate his wife's pulse after finding her body on the trail.
What do you need with an old space hound like me?
As he spoke, Dirk heaved, sobbing breath without shedding its ear, which
I have an idea of what this might be. Maybe. I saw something like this once before, when I was out beyond the Eridon Belt. We responded to a distress call from a mining outpost. When we got there, all the people were just gone, vanished without a trace. The only things we found were a strange beacon and some odd spore samples. These look very similar. Of course. Go forth and analyze. My equipment is all yours to use.
Some missions in Star Trek Online will change based on your career track. Engineering, science, or tactical.
I've only seen fungal biotech like this once before. Remember that mining station that I mentioned? Before we arrived, they reported several disappearances. Some thought it was paranoia, but we had reports that said intruders would beam in right through the colony's magnetic shield, right into someone's quarters, sedate, and then vanish without a trace. We didn't know what to believe, but I don't think those miners were paranoid. Something did happen to them, and it could happen again. That's what my commander believed. We found a beacon with almost the same configuration as the one you found. We weren't able to get much from it before we shut it down. But the one thing we learned is that the beacon was made by a race that called themselves the Elachi. We stayed in orbit for a few days, but the Elachi never came back. That's good news for us, seeing that you disabled the beacon you found in the caverns. That's right. He's the man in charge, so he needs to know. I'd be surprised if he doesn't want to send someone down there to analyze that beacon. Could be these Elachi were interested in our colony for some reason. Lucky for us, you were there to put a stop to whatever they were trying to do.
He gently tried to find more out of Dirk. He asked the doctor if, when they first expressed pain, he suggested they go home. Dirk said no. Then Foley asked Dirk if he wanted his hands up the chicken being completely never apart. Dirk became visibly agitated and said he needed to call his children right away. Foley thought Dirk might
Jolan True. I heard Avrak yelling all the way over here. I'm sorry you had to deal with his problems on our day of celebration. That does sound very mysterious. However, you seem to have taken care of the immediate problem, disabling this beacon and dispatching the drones. You have my thanks. I'll assign some engineers to examine the device and set up surveillance on the cave as soon as possible. If what Devek says is true, we don't want that beacon turned on again. Now that's settled, why don't you try to relax for a while? Enjoy the festival. We'll talk again tomorrow after the engineers have finished their analysis of the device.
I'm just finishing up too. I'm going to head back to the restaurant. Meet me for a drink when you're done. Hey there. Long day? I can't believe how far this colony has come. Just look at how much we can accomplish without being ruled by the Tal Shiar. Word is someone named Atan is trying to fight them, but me, I'm content with what we have here. Let's go enjoy the festival.
And spoke with someone for a short time. He hung up, then made another brief call. Dirk came out of the office and said he called his youngest daughter, Brit, who lived nearby, but he couldn't share the horrible news over the phone, so instead, he only told her that something bad had happened and to come to the police station. But Dermot said nothing. Then, Dirk sheepishly admitted that he'd also called his lawyer, who was on his way to the station. And apparently, the lawyer advised Dirk not to say anything more to police. The detectives weren't surprised to hear this, but they were surprised by what Dirk admitted next. That he'd actually called his lawyer first. And Dirk's unsolicited revelations kept coming. Around noon, Dirk's lawyer arrived and met with detectives, leaving his client to sit in the detective office under the supervision of Jill McDermott. And McDermott sat in silence for some time. Then, out of nowhere, Dirk blurted out that May had given him a back rub that morning so they might find his DNA under her fingernails. The detective was taken aback.
Friends and neighbors, welcome to the tapping. The Kellet nectar has been harvested, the ale is brewed, and we can finally taste the fruits of our labors. And like this fine vintage, our colony has taken time and effort to develop. Since the loss of the homeworld 22 years ago, we have known fear, hunger, and pain. We have struggled. We have overcome every difficulty. We have mourned those who are no longer with us, and we have welcomed new friends into our home. And now we celebrate. The trials are behind us. Virinat is prosperous and growing. We will face new challenges in the future. We will face them together.
Get the shuttles ready. You should find Navala and Boyd to help organize the militia. Get as many civilians to safety as you can. After that, we stop whoever or whatever is attacking our home. Come in! Are you alright? What's happening over there? Did you find Thorian? I'm at the shipyard with Devex, and we're prepping the shuttles for evacuation. I don't know what's going on here, but we need to get people out while we can. If you can get a rifle, you can fight your way out. Can you make it? We need to call for help. I don't know who'll answer, but we have to do something. I tried to send a distress signal, but they damaged our transceiver array. We still have a chance, though. We need to deal with some of the Tal Shiar, and then get a replacement battery.
Officers left without taking any evidence with them, and Dirk felt they all passed on.
Press the triangle button to switch between your two equipped weapons.
Just keep coming. Get a battery from the narcotics. We need to send out a distress signal. careful in the market. It's completely overrun. This is Cap. You have the batteries. You just need to repair the device and send the signal. Signal is strong. Get to the shipyard. Getting out of here. The shuttle is ready. I got as many people aboard as will fit. We have to go.
Congratulations, citizen.
Dirk grinded his hands in pain. Later, police found the left-hand glove just steps away from where Dirk parked his van that morning. With this, the serial killer theory was dispelled. Detective Foley was notified, and the evidence was sent out for analysis. Meanwhile, Dirk grinded had been running his own analysis. After saying goodnight to the detectives, the doctor and his daughter Britt sat down to make some phone calls. They called May's sister Ilse, who offered to pay for May's facelift when Dirk would.
This is Shuttle 5. We're taking heavy. Shuttle 10 coming in. We're carrying their sensors. When they get us, they'll make you work on this one.
Asked for their support, financially and otherwise.
They're not attacking.
Plans to head to Dirk.
The Vex showed me how to fly his warbird. We're almost there.
His other children, Kirsten and Colin, who arrived later that evening. It's possible that once the family was together, Dirk sat his children down to discuss how they could protect his innocence. It's unknown exactly what they discussed, but apparently, when Britt, Kirsten, and Colin all found themselves distressed asleep, Dirk gave them sleeping pills. Though he didn't take one himself.
Navigation is online, but we need some components to get our weapons and warp drive operational. We'll need both if we want to have any hope of fighting the Tal Shiar.
Press up to increase your ship speed. Press down to decrease your ship speed.
And other investigators. Apparently, Detective Foley had secured a last-minute search warrant so officers could look through the house more thoroughly. Specifically, authorities hoped to find evidence as to whether Dirk had purchased the knife, hammer, and gloves found in the crime scene.
This'll do nicely. We just need a little more salvage.
His house was a delicate balance. So he brought Dirk aside.
Use the left stick to pitch downward or upward, as well as to turn left or right.
To maintain composure. Detective Foley sensed Dirk's fear. Lowered his voice to a whisper and said plainly,
Weapons are online. Let's test them out on some of these derelict ships nearby. They're not shielded, so we can just use our torpedoes to finish them off.
But then, Kirsten's angry voice rang down from the stairs. She shouted at the officers who swarmed her childhood home. Dirk turned away.
You must be within 10 kilometers of an enemy to attack it.
And brought them to a neighbor's house across the street. Foley stood defeated where Dirk left him, but the family's exit did allow the investigators to carry on with their search freely. By the end, they obtained a stack of credit card statements. About a day later, May's sister Ilse and niece Belinda arrived. The women had hardly put their bags down when Dirk began racing through his version of
Use your torpedo to attack enemies who are not shielded.
Scrap it, Tony. We could use that to reinforce the hull of this old warbird.
Her and Ilse's relationship with him had been strained for months. He discouraged May from visiting them in New York while her mother was dying, and at the same time pressured her to get an advance on her inheritance. Belinda had always viewed May as more of a big sister than an aunt. Their closeness.
An item has dropped for you. Move towards the item to automatically loot it.
These feelings stemmed from the fact that in Belinda's eyes, the once cheerful and independent May
3 more of these should get this hull ready to go.
Ship is under attack.
That's it. Happy to see this old warbird get some use. I think it's safe to say weapons are fully online.
As the days passed, Belinda remained skeptical, but May's autopsy only made authorities more certain of Dirk's guilt. As far as the medical examiner was concerned, May's injuries told a clear story. She had sustained 10 stab wounds.
Time to take out the tall Shi'ar satellites dead ahead.
Use your plasma beam to weaken shielded targets.
But the examiner also discovered that May first suffered an injury at the base of her skull. A blunt wound, about 1.5 inches in diameter, indicated that someone had snuck up behind her. This discredited Dirk's claim that he left her lying down.
An enemy when their shield is down. You must be out of combat to hail Tovan Kev. The red alert message at the top of your screen will appear if you are in combat.
Great. All systems are go and full impulse is back online. I'm picking up a distress signal nearby. Must be people from the colony. More colonists managed to escape the surface.
But these aren't usually done in relation to official police autopsy. There's really not much of a need or reason to do so unless the victim's family or designated caregiver.
The distress signal is close. Searching.
Or they suspect an angle to the killing that the police might be missing. In Dirk's case, I suspect he wanted to know exactly.
There! We have to help them.
Or was hoping for a different pathologist's conclusion. Both of which
Hold the up button to activate and deactivate full impulse.
create more reasonable doubt in the eyes of the jury. It's certainly puzzling, though, and it definitely...
Turn off full impulse. There's a tall Shi'ar drone dead ahead.
Test results. Dirk's relatives, like
Warning. Ship is under attack.
On November 6th, obtained a handful of tissue samples from May's corpse, which was
I'm back on the bridge. I figured out how I can improve our torpedoes. Just give me the order, and I'll get started. Scanners are picking up more colonists and tall Shi'ar nearby. We have to rescue our friends.
over the next few days.
Press the circle button to activate high-yield torpedo. High-yield torpedo will increase the power of your next torpedo attack.
It's still, yeah, it's still on the card.
Hello? Things aren't so good, but I'm good.
And we have a few
Thank you,
to.
Romulans. We thought we were done for.
Yes, I come in and he went out. Yep, for 2 days now. It's only Tuesday. And it's only Tuesday. Yesterday? Yep. Yep. It's only Tuesday. It's on the roll. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll tell them. Alrighty. For now, I won't be giving them another opportunity today that I know of.
I think it's safe to say we're a fully operational ship.
Oh, why?
There's another distress signal coming in from one of the colony's shuttles.
Oh, did you?
You can do a
Oh, okay.
short-range warp jump to get to them. Do you want to go now, or stay here to wipe out any other incoming drones? They look like they'll be coming in after sweeps in the area.
Ah. Okay. Yeah, why? Yeah, okay.
Colonists here. Just this strange ship.
Yes, you did.
I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's gigantic. Engineering reports that the ship has scanned us, but they're not responding to my hails. What should we do?
On top of this, on the system. Do we still have that game that's on top of Tammy's system?
Well, which is...
Which game was it again? She don't know now.
Oh. Well, that don't help.
He says I don't know.
Days after May Grinder's funeral service,
okay.
law enforcement amped up their efforts to prove May's husband, Dr. Grinder, had murdered her. First, they called May's niece, Melinda.
Oh, I don't blame you. Holy cow. Every hour.
More insight into Dirk's life in order to understand possible motives. Melinda
We've done something to the ship. Nothing is responding. I can't even warp us out of here. I think I might be able to get a comm channel up to hail them. What do you want me to do? We're getting a reply. They seem to be rearranging our words and sending them back. Listen.
I didn't say anything. I don't know about you, no, I've been in for a little bit.
Picking up another ship. This one is Tal Shiar. It's decloaking.
Yeah. We got it. Yep. All right. Oh, that's good. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah. Ah.
Dirk trying to regain the feet of his career, the police obtained another search warrant on his home. This time, they wanted to obtain
Uh-huh.
by evidence. At 6 p.m. on November 12, 1999, they marched into the Grinder home once again. Dirk ordered the officers to his study and insisted
oh, okay.
searching because it contained confidential issues. investigator simply told her
Uh-huh.
he didn't want to take his kids to clean. Dirk reluctantly obeyed. On the way out, his daughter Kirsten once again yelled at the officers defending her father. During the course of the search, police made their
Well, that's what you call it.
They peered inside the doghouse and spotted
Yeah, I know you said that.
work marks identical to those found on the scene. Weird thieves were Dirk's groups of choice. In Dirk's office, police found a planner that listed several hotel reservations for dates that matched Dirk's credit card
No,
history.
of course, right?
Determined to uncover every
Uh-huh.
detail of the doctor's personal life, officers even packed up his computer equipment.
Okay.
Finally,
Yeah.
marriage. Police uncovered an open box of condoms, along with 2 vials of Viagra prescribed to Dr. Grinder. Why? Dr. Grinder.
Oh, okay.
What the man could have been up to.
Ah.
Didn't have to wait long to find out.
Oh, okay.
Back at the station,
Yeah.
officers examined Dirk's
Better do
hard
that
drive.
thing, right?
They first found a trove of pornography,
Yeah.
then a library of erotic stories written by the doctor himself, all featuring a character named Paul. From there, officers discovered that Dirk had been a member of multiple dating sites.
Cool, right?
Once they realized the doctor was apparently willing to engage in actual relationships, seemed to go on. Dirk's phone logs added fuel to this line of investigation. After analyzing his outgoing calls, they discovered that he contacted an escort service on occasion. Over the next several months, detectives pieced together a secret plan. They tracked down some of the sex workers he'd hired, including Deborah.
Oh, okay.
From last episode, Deborah was thought to be the second sex worker Dirk met with after the first one ghosted him. Deborah was participating in the investigation, so long as she wasn't prosecuted for her line of work. Detectives agreed. While the exact timeline is blurred, Deborah, that Dirk would likely called her the day before Dave's murder. Deborah said he sounded manic on the phone, so while they did make plans to meet, Deborah suggested they do something relaxing, like take a walk. The call logs then suggested that
So the Alachi were right. A handful of pitiful Romulan refugees managed to escape. When will you colonists learn that no matter how far you run, you cannot escape your obligations? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Colonel Hakim of the Tal Shiar. On behalf of the Romulan Star Empire, I hereby lay claim to this colony and all of its inhabitants. Surrender now, and I will ensure that you serve this in the way you are most suitable. Fire weapons at will.
Oh, yeah.
This is the mayor of the Romulin Republic. Tal Shiar stands down.
I can destroy
by diverting power away from your stronger shields.
So the insect has managed to sting me. You won? This is not the end. Even now, more of my ships are on their way. And the next time, you won't have anyone to protect.
Wells PhD called in an expert in blood pattern recognition who had previously worked on the O.J. Simpson trial.
I am Tamer, commander of the Romulin Republic. We picked up your distress signal while on a mission in a nearby system. I would say we arrived just in time, given your ship's condition. Who are you, and what happened here?
Already.
DNA test on the brown gloves found in Pulse's pond. It showed traces of Dirk's DNA among the glove's fibers. It would seem the police
I am truly sorry. This is not the first time I've heard a story like this, and I fear it will not be the last. And these Ilachi creatures, they are troubling. We need to know more about them and why they're working with a snake like Hakiv.
eventually they ran out of time.
As I said, I'm with the Romulin Republic. You may have heard of us. We are not the terrorists the Tal Shiar make us out to be. With our leader, Datan, we are working to gather survivors of the destruction and fight the tyranny of the Tal Shiar. We have a flotilla nearby. If you're interested, we would welcome you and your friends to join us there.
February 29th, Wednesday.
I appreciate your willingness to do what's right. I'm transmitting the coordinates of our flotilla to your ship now. When you arrive, we can repair your vessel and work out our next move. Thank you again. I'll make sure you won't regret your decision.
And we're ready to close in. I've only heard one instance where this happened to a doctor while at work, but without getting into detail, I imagine...
I don't know how I feel about this, but I guess siding with Tamer is better than risking death on our own. And he did help us out with the Tal Shiar. The coordinates are loaded up whenever you're ready to go. I think the colonists we rescued are eager to get someplace safe.
I know it certainly colored my perception of the doctor by witness. One of their patients. Ultimately, everyone's safety is a priority when apprehending a suspect in any situation. As such, authorities need to quickly assess the doctor's premises with caution. This were the case, special considerations would of course need to be made.
Greetings. I am Sub-Commander Nadell, assistant to Commander Tamer. Please follow me to the commander's quarters. There is much to discuss.
So once the building was surrounded, the squad of detectives, including President, marched
Commander, our guests have arrived.
Excellent. I'll get them up to speed. There is much to do.
I'll be glad to show one of you around, while the other stays and talks with Tamer.
I'll take the tour, and then meet you back on the ship when you're ready.
Even though the police kept their investigation under wraps, he was a famed medical research
Greetings. I hope all is going well with you.
As well as the police officers led Dirk.
Good to see you and Tovankev made it to the flotilla of the new Romulin Republic. To be brief, we are a group that was founded by Datan to combat the tyranny of Empress Sela and her Tal Shiar. Our goal is to unify the shattered Romulan people under a new democracy instead of Sela's tyrannical rule. There is much to do, however. I can answer any questions you may have.
From one of his old Yale buddies, who claimed he and Dirk had a friend named Tom Young in college. Officers contacted Tom, now a multiple...
What's next is that you receive our uniform and get a tour of the flotilla. After that, you'll receive your first assignment. However, you must understand that by joining us, you mark yourself as an enemy to the Tal Shiar. Hakiv and his people will see you as a threat, and there isn't anything they won't do to stop you. Are you ready to accept that? Good. You should get yourself down to Lieutenant Galatham. You can get a uniform from him if you want to change out of those civilian clothes. You can also have your ship modified. We can't get you into a more powerful vessel yet, but we can change the appearance of your ship if you want. When you're done, return to your ship. I should have your first assignment ready and sent to your ship by then.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
They cheered for their father when he pleaded not guilty, and at other times were photographed in tears.
Select the item. You can also
testify against her uncle. She explained everything she'd seen from Dirk, not just in recent weeks, but in recent years. From there, the DNA evidence and receipts didn't look good for Dirk. In addition to laying out this evidence, the prosecution told the jury...
Your mini-map shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the mini-map if you are far away from your objective.
When Dirk's attorney made his case, he didn't necessarily disagree. The defense made it a priority to argue that the police assumed Dirk was guilty from day one, without seriously looking into any other suspects. Finally, after 6 weeks, the jury was set to deliberate. 4 days later, on June 29th, 60-year-old Dr. Dirk Reiniger was found guilty of first-degree murder. At this, Dirk's 3 children appeared to be in utter shock. Meanwhile, Belinda and Ilse held each other and wept tears of victory. Later that afternoon, Dirk was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, where he remains to this day. He maintains his innocence and has attempted multiple appeals, though none have made it very far. As for the serial killer theory, one of the other 2 Park murders was solved years later with DNA evidence, and the killer found guilty of another murder. The other remains unsolved. In hindsight, it's highly unlikely the 3 cases are connected. There's simply too much evidence that Dr. Reiniger killed his wife. Not that he's a doctor anymore. His medical license was revoked in November of 2001, about 2 years after the murder.
Dirk's act of violence leaves an indelible stain on the medical field. All of his research and other contributions will forever be stamped with his loaded name and legacy. This is a case that reminds us that no matter how educated, accomplished, or decorated someone may be, they're still subject and vulnerable to the same human follies and mental disturbances as the rest of us. This episode also validates how a career in medicine should always be pursued for the right reasons. Dirk was very money-driven, and it's a shame that the pressure to flaunt his success led him to amass such profound distress. The bigger shame, though, is that he took this pressure out on Meg Reiniger in the most tragic way possible.
Since Dirk has never confessed, you'll never truly know what was going through his head. He visited his local hardware store and selected a large blue packet. Instead, we're left with the assumption the researcher and allergist crumbled under his own desires and saw Dirk.
Hello again. Now that you're settling in, I wanted to speak with you about what our overall goals will be. First and foremost, we are looking for a new planet to call home. Tamer and his crew are handling that search. While the search continues, I am working on any possible alliances that we can make with the Federation and the Klingon Empire. We will need allies if we are to proceed. Your task will be the protection and recovery of other Romulans spread throughout this sector. We're finding more by the day. Some have already joined us, but others do not believe in our cause. It will be up to you and your crew to protect these colonies from the Tal Shiar and to recruit anyone willing to assist us. Do you have any questions? If not, I would suggest you return to your ship. Tamer will have his orders ready for you.
Sounds like we've got our orders. If you're ready, I can beam you back to the ship. However, before that, I need to ask a favor. I have a sister. Her name is Rena Kev. She and I were separated a long time ago. I want to try to find her. As we're doing our missions, could you try to ask about Rena? Thanks.
Inside the world's most notorious it's on sale today, and I can't wait for you to dive in. Next up,
Most missions can be turned in remotely. Hold the X button
All
to
set
bring
to
up
go,
the Captain
Andros.
Commands
Good.
menu
There is a
and
lot
select
to do.
Turn
Your
In
first target is
to
already
report to the
under attack by
contact
the
and
Tal
turn in the
Shiar.
mission.
There's no time to lose.
details never heard on our show before. If you love our
Greetings.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
We're going to have a chance at breaking away from Sealand and Tal Shiar. We need allies. There are a lot of little settlements like yours out there. We're in contact with some of them, but we're always reaching out to try to make new alliances. I've heard that a group of Romulans has taken up residence in a Suliban helix in the Beta Quadrant. I'd like you to visit them. Feel them out, help them if you can. But most of all, find out if they would be willing to join Datan in his search for a new
Click to order your crew to plot a course to your next mission.
Inside the world's most notorious groups and understanding the people who join them. Available now at parcast.com/cults. Cults is an expanded look at the people who led and followed the most radical groups in history, with an unflinching exploration into what happens when the most vulnerable recesses of the mind are twisted into the lowest forms of malevolence. Details not featured on our podcast. We're so proud to bring you this fantastic compilation of stories, and we're forever grateful for your support. Without you, none of this would be possible, so thank you. Visit podcast.com/cults to order your copy of Cults, Inside the World's Most Notorious Groups and Understanding the People Who Join Them. That's podcast.com/cults to order today.
Listener discretion is advised. This episode features discussions of murder and elder and animal abuse. We advise extreme caution for listeners under 13. There's no denying that nursing is a female-dominated field. According to Becker's Hospital Review between 2014 and 2019, only 1 in 10 registered nurses were male, likely because caregiving is often perceived as a feminine task. Projected, the lasting echoes of age-old biases live on. Nurse Colin Norris may have felt that burden. Perhaps he felt emasculated and sought power. Or maybe, as a man largely raised by his grandmother, he internalized resentment for all women. Because early in his career, he began denying his elderly female patients care. While we can't know for sure what was going on in Colin's psyche, in 2002, his inner turmoil came to a head. It wasn't just a compulsion to refuse care. He wanted his older women gone, syringe. This is Medical Murders, a Spotify original from Parcast. For decades, thousands of medical students have taken their Hippocratic oath. It boils down to do no harm. And closer look reveals the phrase much more interesting. I must not play a God. However, some doctors break that oath, choosing to play God with their patients, deciding who lives and who dies. With Medical Murders, we'll investigate those who decided to kill.
We've arrived at the Helix, but we're not the only ship here. A tall Shi'ar warbird is approaching from the direction of the primary structure. They haven't raised shields yet, but their weapons are online. Wait, they're hailing us. Your orders? Ship on main viewer. It's a Tavaro light warbird. Designation IRW Shardar. They could be tall Shi'ar.
To the person in command, be advised, you are in violation of Tal Shiar Security Order 63-R. Your vessel is operating in this area without authorization. Identify yourself immediately, or your actions will be considered hostile. You don't want that kind of trouble. The Tal Shiar has the authority to track down terrorists that threaten the Romulan Star Empire, no matter where they try to hide. And don't bother with deception. Our records indicate a warbird with your ship's designation was decommissioned years ago. We've already identified you. Stealing military property is a serious crime. Care to explain, Commander?
There are only civilians on the Helix. We don't have much more than we can scavenge from the cell ships. As we told the other Tal Shiar, there are no terrorists here. The Cabal are long gone. Take whatever scrap you need, but please stop taking our people. Then why are you here? We don't have much to trade, and we don't want any trouble. There are a few Romulan refugees hiding within the Helix. They said they needed temporary shelter and would be leaving soon. We meant no harm. How were we to know they are wanted terrorists? Please just take them with you and go. Your actions speak for your true goals. If you help us by repairing the Helix arm structures, then we'll help you get the refugees to your ship. But hurry. We're in jeopardy every moment you remain here.
She was found choking in her room and soon slipped into a coma. As doctors tended to her, Colin watched the doorway. His mouth broke into a sly smile as he murmured, "Told you so." But the nurses didn't realize it. That Colin's brave prediction was far more than a coincidence. Long before Colin Norris was predicting hospital deaths, he was a young boy who was
More Tal Shiar have entered the system. Please help us.
Romulan battle cloaking devices can be used in combat, but your weapon systems and shields are disabled while it is active.
Colin's father became strange.
For the Empire!
Hey,
This may have given Colin a sense of purpose.
One more to go. As soon as Delta is connected, we can negotiate a transfer.
His sexual identity later came out as gay. Ultimately, Colin finished secondary school at age 16.
More Tal Shiar ships are entering the area.
The more damage you will deal.
Now that the arms are restored, we've located the refugees. They are being moved to a centralized location so you can get a transporter lock. We've explained the situation to them, but a representative for the group is asking to speak with you.
And his next move did little to help that. While inundated with coursework, Collins got two part-time jobs.
Kayan informs me that we're being transported to your vessel. We realize that we can't stay on the Helix, but we have no intention of being forced into servitude. The Tal Shiar already destroyed our home. All we want is for you to leave us on an uninhabited world, or someplace we can hide and try to rebuild our lives.
Ran up her, and he felt uncomfortable waiting there.
There's no doubt most people here.
We've heard of Datan. We've also heard rumors that he's plotting a revolt against the Tal Shiar. Going to him sounds more dangerous than staying here. I know I'm out of options. It doesn't mean I have to like it. I don't know why the Tal Shiar are abducting our families, but we can't afford to lose anyone else. How about I make you a deal? You personally guarantee that my friends will be safe at Datan's fleet, and I'll work for you.
For example, there have been times that I've known doctors taking care of older patients were complacent or less proactive than necessary, simply to the ages.
I've served as a science officer on multiple civilian vessels. I can help you. I can't run anymore. If I need to fight the Tal Shiar to keep my friends safe, that's what I'll do. Rina Kev. No, I don't know anyone by that name.
All the refugees are aboard, but there's more trouble. The Tal Shiar battleship, the IRW Koval, has entered the system. They're hailing us, and they're asking for you by name. Remember, they're not here to be friends.
In 2001, one lecturer in particular sent his mind spinning. During that particular session, the faculty detailed the murder and abuse.
You are ordered to stand down. You are wanted for questioning by the Tal Shiar. Lower your shields and surrender your vessel and crew, or prepare to face the consequences.
Being found guilty of injecting one of their elderly patients with a lethal dose of insulin. Fortunately for her, the successful...
Your actions speak for themselves. You'll answer for the destruction you caused today. Remember, you were given a chance to surrender.
But Colin took Jesse's story to heart.
I recommend using our cloaking device to get close enough for a sneak attack.
In his back pocket, perhaps.
Thank you for taking the refugees. Tell them we're sorry. We simply have no way to protect them. Hopefully they'll find refuge with your fleet. Our best hope now is to cooperate with the Tal Shiar and tell them that you have taken the refugees.
Inside your world's most notorious groups and understanding the people who join them. That's podcast.com/cults.
We can't offer much, but I'll tell other Suliban that Datan's fleet is standing up to the Tal Shiar. I'm also sending you the contact for a friendly local trader in case you need salvage or have goods to sell. But please,
wherever it is,
keep our involvement discreet.
Oh.
And please go. Leave now before more Tal Shiar arrive.
Cayenne closed the channel. He's right. They'll be lucky if the Tal Shiar let them live. We should leave and report back to Tamer. Some of the refugees we brought aboard may have starship experience. If we're expecting more trouble, we'll need some help on the bridge.
His first staff nursing job and Leeds General Infirmary. He promptly relocated from Dundee, Scotland, where he just graduated nursing school. Leeds, moving into a flat with roommates. Practicing nurse. But Colin, John...
We'll give the refugees a good home here. They'll be safe, and we'll do all we can to help them. This is just the start. We won't stop until we're on a new world, one of our own. Greetings.
Congratulations, Lieutenant. You have a new captain power available in your radio menu.
Press the L2 button to show all your powers. Use the left stick to navigate this radio menu. Press the L3 button to set your quick power and update the default captain power to use. Press the right trigger to activate a power directly from this radio menu.
Many Remans settled on Craterus after the fallout from Shinzan's rebellion. While they were safe from the destruction of Romulus and Remus, Craterus is a bleak world, with little in the way of habitable land. There are ample mineral deposits, which the Remans mine and sell for food and other necessities, but their lives there are harsh and unforgiving. Anyone who could survive on Craterus for as long as the Remans have, has strength. We could use that strength in our search for a homeworld, and I know the Remans have no love for the Tal Shiar. Go to Craterus, talk to the Remans, show them we are sincere and that we need their support. Greetings, I have new orders for you.
Despite his lack of professionalism, there was no evidence that Colin was ever reprimanded. And as the hospital seemingly turned a blind eye to their suffering patients, Colin picked up a second nursing job, working across town at St. James's Hospital.
Nurses often start their careers making more modest salaries, so they sometimes take per diem nursing jobs at other hospitals to supplement their income. As the name suggests, per diem nurses are paid on the day, and they're welcome additions to hospitals who may be experiencing staff shortages or need more shift coverage. It's definitely an effective way for nurses at any career point to make more money, and it could even afford them additional experience, depending on where they get stationed. The primary motivation here for nurses, in my experience, is financial. Colin, understandably, may have wanted some extra income.
Finances have seemed like a likely motivator since St. James's Hospital also assigned Colin to elderly patients.
All stretched out on his back.
Colin snapped. On May 2nd, 2002, 90-year-old Vera Wilby was admitted to the Leeds General Infirmary. She needed hip surgery after a recent fall. Post-op, 26-year-old Colin Norris was assigned to her recovery team. At some point during Colin's May 17th shift at Leeds General Infirmary, Wilby sharply demanded something to ease her pain. Though annoyed, Colin administered morphine.
What would you like?
Wilby became drowsy and seemed comfortable. That was
No, I didn't.
Administered more medication. It was no longer morphine in his syringe. 19 minutes after Colin clocked out for the night, doctors found Wilby semi-conscious and experiencing an apparent hypoglycemic attack. With Vera Wilby's life on the line, they worked quickly to stabilize her.
Yeah, that's good. I haven't got nothing planned.
Just over
What time is she done work?
Colin struck again. In June 2002, 18-year-old Doris Butler and 88-year-old Patrick Berg were admitted to the General Infirmary under Colin's rotation. Like Vera Wilby,
Yep, I'll be here.
Colin gave both double doses of the painkiller diet. He also administered insulin, though neither patient was diabetic.
Alrighty, I just got back from church not too long ago.
The combination of
I'm just in the process of waiting for the rice to get ready, and then we're going to
function and oxygen intake, insulin administration cause non-diabetics blood sugars to dangerous.
So what time does Adam go to work?
Body's central nervous system or brain, because it can't function without oxygen or adequate blood glucose. The insulin alone would be dangerous enough.
Oh, okay.
As we've seen in previous
Alrighty.
but the opiates added
Okay, fine.
other than
Not till tomorrow night at 10.
there'd be no reason
Okay.
to use these drugs in any synchronized
Alrighty
way.
then. Well, we had an escapee again in these orange.
Cause serious harm.
Doris Ludlam
I come in from Bible study and he took off.
minutes after Colin's shift on the morning of June
Yep.
25th.
That's yesterday and today. He's on a roll.
Richard Berg fared
Yep.
better.
The
Tal Shiar are approaching Craterus, and they've already engaged a group of Riemann vessels in orbit.
Yep,
The
that's
Riemanns
it.
are sending out a general distress call. We have to help them.
Had just committed his first surgery. And he'd gotten away with it. Maybe he felt a sense of
That's pretty good sleep. Uh-huh. That's a very good sleep. Oh, okay. I guess you didn't need any more. Oh, okay.
Decimus is too heavily damaged. They can't respond to our hails. They won't last much longer if we don't help them.
On October 10th, 2002, Colin had the day off from Leeds General Infirmary and was working at St. James's Hospital. One of his patients, 79-year-old Irene Cross, had just been
Press the right button to fire the energy weapon. Press the right button to fire the shields.
Follow your attack vector and provide support fire.
So we got to wait for them. Oh, Mr. Sleepy. Great. Oh, busy. I hope so. I'm looking pretty, but it's so fast and busy. That would be, wouldn't it?
But on November 19th, she began having fainting spells.
Fainting spells are usually vascular issues, and when people reach their 80s, their blood vessels don't work like they used to.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Losing structural integrity.
Oh, okay.
Time down to the minute. 5:15 p.m.
Oh, okay. In other words, basically, you need 2 hours. Basically, right? Alrighty then.
Attempting to brag about his foresight. Even stranger, did take a turn for the worse. Right.
Oh, okay.
Her blood sugar levels dipped dangerously low, and despite medical intervention,
All depends what kind of night we put in.
in the weeks following,
Thank you for your assistance. We're continuing emergency repairs, but most of our major systems are offline. The Tal Shiar sent detachments to the surface, and our colony is not responding to hails. With our transporters down and shuttle bay damaged, I cannot send a security team to investigate. The Tal Shiar have never been so bold.
Oh boy. Okay.
How can you be so certain? It doesn't make sense. They've left us alone for years. What would they gain by destroying our home? We keep to ourselves and we do not challenge the Tal Shiar.
Oh, cool. Alrighty. Uh-huh.
With all due respect, we've seen this before.
Oh, wow.
The Tal Shiar destroyed our colony on Virenat without warning. If we don't get your people off Craterus immediately, they'll be defenseless when the invasion force arrives.
No doubt, eh? No doubt. You got an issue over there?
Not really. Invasion force.
Not according to the way your pants were going there a few seconds ago.
The head of our fleet oversaid that most of our ships are on maneuvers out of the system. They can't possibly return in time. Until we reestablish communication with the colony, our priority must be to protect the people on the surface.
Black and white.
He will help you. He resides near the communication tower on the outskirts of the colony. If we re-establish communication, then we can formulate a plan.
Already? Are you still there?
No, she left.
Now, back to the story.
What's going on with your phone?
It's going stupid.
No kidding. Okay. Uh-huh.
In December 2002, 26-year-old
You did.
Colin Norris was in hot water.
Oh boy.
Where she pooped.
While he continued
She stubbed her toe.
Mm-hmm.
One of
Your
his
what?
workplaces, Leeds General
Oh boy.
Infirmary,
That didn't feel too good, eh?
Colin correctly predicted the exact date and
Uh-uh.
time Bishop Ethel Hall would die. And this was just the latest mysterious death.
Dennis to the northwest.
If you're on the system, you're joining the Earth.
Planetary
I am.
According to
You'll need his help to
He's
bring
on the
the
system.
transmitters back online. We'll do our best to keep more Tal Shar from beaming down.
Then you better join the
Promise we'll
Earth.
be able to stop them.
I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, nothing to do with it. Uh-huh, she says.
12 times the normal level. She'd been overdosed.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. Alrighty. How much? Oh, okay. Ah. Suppose not, eh?
What are those things? They don't look Romulan to me.
Oh, okay.
Why are the Tal Shiar doing this?
Oh, okay. It's hard to say, honey. Ah. Where did you shop?
Right after.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, they do, right? Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Oh, okay.
Thank you, stranger. I
Oh,
don't
yeah, I
understand
don't
why
doubt
this
it.
is happening. You're obviously not with the Tal
Don't
Shiar.
doubt it.
Why are you here? What you want? Commander Kai, good. Follow me and then explain what's going on.
Oh, okay, well, maybe
Get
they
inside the security field
they'll
before
find
more
us.
Tal Shiar arrive.
For the last time. Oh, okay.
Follow me.
Maybe he felt he wouldn't have the chance to let loose again for a while. While on a cruise ship in 2003, he met his boyfriend, Mark Wines. Even though Colin shared nothing about the ongoing investigation, he did show some questionable habits.
I'm getting used
We need
to
to know
more
more.
space.
It's clear that our colony is under attack. Why are the Tal Shiar doing this? Why attack Trey Terrace? What are they after?
Oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, it's kind of early to go to sleep then.
Kind of sleep to go early.
Yeah, that's it. Jen, you're good. He said it's kind of sleepy to go early. On his way outside to have a smoke. Uh-huh. Fine. Yep, you watch Daddy Jim. Wonder what the cats are going to think about the table coming in. And what are we going to think if they go in here to sit at to eat? Right. Yeah. Yeah, what? The first.
Resulted from insulin overdoses. Medically, this cause of death is a rarity. So the fact that it happened multiple times among Colin's patients
Toad's feeling better until Tickle does the kangaroo style. And then it kind of wakes it up. Then it kind of wakes it up. Because it's feeling better. It's not ready for the kangaroo style.
Both Colin's colleagues and patients relayed the stories of his cold arrogance, harsh words, and advice, which painted a clear picture of the jurors. In one daring story, the expert was the Colin intentionally killed three of their pet rabbits. Originally, Colin lied after his finish. Eventually, he admitted to overdosing them with insulin shots, just like his patients.
So people just get the strong better, it's not ready for that.
Headlines included Angel of Death and Fury of Killers.
Oh yeah, that's what kind of look about.
Colin, since one occasion, he shoved the journalist against the wall. Throughout the trial, even his temper was on display, even with the whole courtroom watching.
Chicken and rice.
He couldn't express his emotions with any
feels kind of weird looking for shoe.
Which only gave the prosecution more ammunition to attack Colin's character. Forensic psychiatrist Sir Richard Babcock, who had a history of assessing medical murders, honed in on guidance, empathy, and immorality. According to the DSM-5, these signposts suggest that
it's ready.
It is.
So you can go help yourself if you want. Alrighty, and we'll talk. I'll see you tomorrow then. Alrighty? Okay. Whatever entrance you come in,
There's no reason
if
for
you're
the
going to
Tall
meet
Shiar
the
to
patio,
attack Craterus. We've been an established colony for over 23 years. We were given permission to settle here by Donatra. Why would the Tall Shiar attack
oh, okay.
of their own people?
Oh,
so the rumors are true. I told you, Father. The Tall Shiar have declared war on our people. They're going to kill us.
Just get here. Okay? Alrighty. See you then. Love you.
It doesn't make any sense. We aren't a threat to the Tall Shiar. What do they have to gain? Can't do this without anyone noticing. Evacuate? We must inform the council. Who is going to listen to my order to evacuate? Obasek isn't here. He left Kai in charge. Why doesn't he give the order to evacuate?
That explains a lot. When we couldn't reach anyone, Slater said he was going to check on the transmitter. He hasn't come back yet. We should find him and see if we can get communications back online.
Colin had knowingly predicted his last victim's death, and all four victims have severely high dosage of insulin in their systems. There's nothing.
Without the transmitter, we'll have to start contacting colonists individually. The word will spread, but it will take some time. Obviously, something is going on, but I'm not the one to order an evacuation. The fleet or the council should make that determination.
Hasn't happened yet.
It's concerning to consider.
You'll need help. If you're going out to the transmitter, I'm going with you. Maybe we can find Slamek there.
No, you should stay here. Let these people handle this. We don't know the whole story yet. We need more information. We need to know what the Tall Shiar wants. Please stay behind the security field until we hear from the council.
It's a cautionary tale. What can go wrong when a medical professional truly hates their work? While the National Health Service is...
Father, you can see what the Tall Shiar have done. These people need my help to get the transmitter working again. We'll take some weapons and armor before we leave. Don't worry, I can handle myself.
Colin Norris veered so far from the boy Glasgow neighbors described as a personable, decent young man who was close to his granny. Over time, his kind, nurturing side entirely disappeared. Whether or not Colin Norris ever felt judged for being a male nurse, he certainly made all his fellow professionals a bad name. medical murders. And thanks again to Dr. Kipper for joining me today.
Thank you, Alistair.
For more information on Colin Norris, among the many sources we used, we found reporting by the Telegraph extremely helpful to our research. You can find all episodes of Medical Murders and all other Spotify originals from Farcast for free on Spotify. We'll see you next time. Medical Murders is a Spotify original from Farcast. It is executive produced by Alex Butler, sound by Ray Stewart, production assistant by Roger Brewer, medical assistant by Adam. This episode of Medical Murders was written by Asia Gallo, edited by Lauren DeLille and Maggie Meyer, fact-checked by Kevin Logan, produced by Brian Hearn. Medical Murders stars Dr. Amy Kipper and Alistair Murdoch.
Listeners, remember to visit podcast.com/cults to order your copy of our first book, Cults Inside the World's Most Notorious Groups and Understanding the People Who Joined Them. It's on sale today, and I can't wait for you to dive in. Next year, the Gretchen begins Heaven's Gate and more. Cults takes you beyond the headlines.
Mama, you're alive!
Vera, you found me. Where those things did. I tried to repair the transmitter, but it was pointless. As you can see, the controls are completely destroyed. But it looks like you found some new friends. Didn't you hear me? The controls are destroyed. The transmitter is worthless.
Islamic, you're not helping. What if we set up a bypass relay? If it works, we might be able to control the transmitter dish from the dead shuttle, or even our secondary console at home.
It's possible, but I don't think it would work.
Islamic! Try to set up a bypass relay for the controls. If you can get it working, then we'll head back to my father and see if we can access the transmitter from there.
I told you it probably wouldn't work.
We should go back to my father and see if he's heard any news.
Look up! We gotta get out of here now!
What kind of shit is that?
We don't know. It attacked our colony on Viranath.
And now they're attacking here. We need to warn other colonies.
Believe it or not, that's what we're trying to do.
set up a portable transmitter relay and gathered as many neighbors as I could. I'm glad you found Slavic. I'm not going to argue. Our security field is down, and the Tal Shiar are attacking the colony. Hopefully everyone who hasn't already heard the message will realize what's happening and evacuate. There are more people on the outskirts of town. If I can get to them in the shuttle, they may be able to get them to safety. Understood. Please, take Veril with you. I'll take Slavic with me to help scan for survivors.
Father, I should go with you. It took me weeks to repair the shuttle's drive system. If something goes wrong, you'll need me there.
Are you listening creepy to me?
There's no more medical murders.
Excuse me?
Yeah, we have to wait for more.
How very rude.
You'll be safe in that airship. Slavic can help me if we run into trouble. I'll broadcast the coordinates to every shuttle within range once we're in the air. Now go. We need to look for survivors.
Enemy targets on sector.
Tal Shiar does not control me.
Scientists want as a scope allowed.
The Decimus has engaged the Tal Shiar and is forming a wedge so we can get the shuttles to the beacon. The shuttles will be relying on us for protection. Without our help, they'll never make it out of here. Ziden's shuttle was one of the ones that made it to the ship. He's hailing us.
We're in position and ready to make a run for the beacon. Is my daughter safe?
I'm making myself useful. The singularity core on this ship is practically an antique. I'm keeping an eye on the power levels to make sure we don't blow apart in combat.
That works.
Don't forget to put all the shuttle's power into the shields.
Don't worry, my child. It was the first thing Slavic did. When we reach the beacon, we'll await the signal to warp to the rendezvous point. Once we're all safe, we'll transfer back to the shuttle.
Yep, I think so.
Target's shields have failed.
You know it's done when?
ships fall into formation. Reading an unknown ship near the beacon. It appears to be a battleship. If it attacks, our ships will be completely outmatched. Are you able to scan the vessel or determine its armaments? Some sort of passive scanning field. We cannot get a weapons lock, and our singularity core power levels are fluctuating.
I'm noticing the same power level variation. The field is definitely emanating from the enemy vessel. If I tap into the beacon's controls, I may be able to send a high-frequency proton burst that should disrupt the field long enough to get a weapons lock. I've scanned the shuttle, sir. They've taken everyone. Everyone. Even my...
Logs show that a cruiser warped in during the fight with the battleship. Stayed at long range and then decloaked briefly. They warped away less than a minute later. They must have taken the colonists from the shuttles while we were in combat.
We have to go after them. We need to track their trajectory and follow them. They could still be alive, and we can catch up if we hurry.
Nothing. There was too much interference from the battleship. I wish I had better news, but we have more pressing matters. The Decimus is hailing us, and we need to get out of this system while we still can.
We're aware of the situation, but we have set a course for the rendezvous point immediately. There are other Remans there who will need our protection. After we regroup, we will have time to fully understand what has happened here, and to mourn our losses. I appreciate the offer, but that isn't my call to make. I'll relay your offer to Obisek and the rest of the fleet. But for now, I think it would be best if we go our separate ways. When we understand more about what the Tal Shiar are after, perhaps that will change. Thank you for your help. I know you tried tried your best.
I don't need anyone's permission. I'm coming with you, and we're going to find my father. In the meantime, if you expect to keep a ship this old from blowing apart at the seams, you're going to need an engineer. Good thing I'm here.
I think we've done everything we can here. We should report what happened to Tamer. You can leave whenever you're ready.
We will reach out to the Remans, but it will be difficult to get over centuries of mistrust and abuse. Perhaps if this Obasek is willing to speak to us directly, it might make a difference. I know you did your best to help them, and that the attack could not have been anticipated. I'm very concerned about the sabotage you reported, however, and that the culprit was never found. The Remans may very well have a Tal Shiar operative in their midst. We will not win every battle, but we will win the war. Count on that. Sholan True. Greetings.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
There is a space station in the Gasco system that we think would be a fine addition to our group. If they agree to join us, we will have an additional base for our militia ships, as well as a supply depot that could make a big difference when we begin construction of a colony. I know there is a group of refugees there. Some of them have been there for years, but they've also had a wave of new residents, including a new commander. I'd like you to go to Gasco and feel out the situation. If you think they'd be a good match for us, you are authorized to extend them an offer. Greetings. I have new orders for you.
Very sharp. This is, of course, not a description of the accurate, rather a recollection of evidence. Tremendously alongside they are reality. It's good to report that on what results in various though in some cases.
Mary E., I assumed, was not on effective medication. That was why after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folklore and urban legend-oriented news groups, websites, and mailing lists, hoping to find the name of a supposed victim of Smile.jpg, who felt more interested in talking about his experiences. Third time, nothing happened, and at length I forgot completely about my pursuits, since I had begun my freshman year of college and was quite busy. Mary contacted me by email, however, near the beginning of March 2008. To JML at from Mary E. at subject. Last summer's interview. Dear Mr. L, I'm incredibly sorry about my behavior last summer when you came to interview me. I hope you understand that it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led me to act out as I did. I realize that I could have handled the situation more decorously. However, I hope you will forgive me. At the time, I was a fool. You see, for 15 years I've been haunted by Smile.jpg. Smile.dog comes to me in my sleep every night. I know that sounds silly, but it is true. There is an ineffable quality about my dreams, my nightmares, that makes them completely unlike any real dreams I've ever had. I do not move and I do not speak. I simply look ahead, and the only thing ahead of me is the scene in a horrible picture. I see the beckoning hand. and I see Smile.dog. It talks to me. It is not a dog, of course, though I'm not quite sure what it really is. It tells me it will leave me alone if only I do as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. That is how it phrases its demands. And I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show it to someone else. And I could. The week after my incident, I received in the mail a manila envelope with no return address. Inside was only a 3.5-inch floppy diskette. Without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a co-worker. I could even show it to Terrence, as much as the idea disgusted me. And what would happen then? Well, if Smile.dog kept its word, I could sleep. Yet if it lied, what would I do? And who is to say something worse would not come for me if I did as creature asked? So I did nothing for 15 years, though I kept the diskette hidden among my things. Every night for 15 years, Smile.dog has come to me in my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years, I have stood strong, though there have been hard times. Many of my fellow victims on the BBS board, where I first encountered the Smile.jpg, stopped posting. I heard some of them committed suicide. Others remained completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the world. They are the ones I worry about the most. I sincerely hope you will forgive me, Mr. But last summer, when you contacted me and my husband about an interview, I was nearly breaking down. I decided I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I did not care if Smile.dog was on it. I wanted it to. You were a stranger, someone I had no connection with. And I thought I would not feel sorrow when you took the diskette as part of your research and sealed your fate. Before you arrived, I realized what I was doing. It was plotting to ruin me. I could not stand the thought, and in fact I still do. I'm ashamed, Mr. Young. I hope that this warning will dissuade further investigation of Smile.jpg. You may in time encounter someone who is, if not weaker than I, but wholly more depraved, someone who will not hesitate to follow Smile.dog's orders. Stop while you are still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. Terrence contacted me later that month with news that his wife had killed herself. Cleaning up the various things she'd left behind, including email accounts and the like, he happened upon the above message. He was a man in shambles. He wept as he told me to listen to his wife's advice. He found the diskette, he revealed, and burned it until there was nothing left but a stinking pile of blackened plastic. The part that most disturbed him, however, was how the diskette had hissed as it popped. Some sort of animal, he said. I will admit that I was a little uncertain about how to respond to this. At first I thought perhaps it was a joke, with the couple belatedly playing with the situation in order to get a rise out of it. A quick check of several Chicago newspapers' online obituaries, however, proved Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of suicide in the article. I decided that, for a time at least, I would no further pursue the subject of Smile.jpg, especially since I had finals coming up with people. But the world has odd ways of testing us. Almost a full year after I'd returned from my disastrous interview with Mary E., I received another email. To JML at from Elzahir 82 at subject Smile. Hello. I found your email address through a mailing list. Your profile said you were interested in Smile.dog. I have saw it. It is not as bad as everyone says. I have sent it to you here. Just spreading the word. The final line showed me the phone. According to my email client, there was one file attached called, actually, Smile.jpg. consider downloading it for some time. It was most likely a fake, I imagined, and even if it weren't, I was never wholly convinced the Smile.jpg's peculiar powers. Mary's account had shaken me, yes. But she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what Smile.jpg was set to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with only the power of the eye? And if such things were patently absurd, then why did the legend exist at all? If I downloaded the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary turned out to be correct, if Smile.dog came to me in my dreams demanding I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in until I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to be put to rest? And if I chose the latter out, how could I do it? Whom would I burden in turn? If I went through my earlier intention to write a short article about Smile.jpg, I decided to attach it as evidence. And anyone who read the article, anyone who took interest, would be affected. And even assuming the Smile.jpg attachment to the email was genuine, would I be capricious enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Yes. Yes, I could. You can see what Smile Dog looks like for yourself on Twitter and Instagram. At Cookie Spread the word. This episode of Creepy was presented by the Shadow of Lebanon podcast by Audio Oblivious Productions, coming in March.
A skilled hunter, traveling alone.
You! What's your business here in Leavenhorn?
He travels to a small, burgeoning village in search of better game, and perhaps a new home. But the village is struggling.
It seems the council has no regard for our well-being, so long as their pockets are full.
In the clutches of darkness.
Our town has been plagued for the last 3 months by this thing. We've all suffered as a result.
Some call it a demon.
The beast, he said, was a snarling void of darkness, staring at him through the eyes of fire.
Some say it's nature's guardian.
It's the spirit of the forest telling us we were wrong to build here.
You have lived to tell the tale.
We ran as fast as we bloody could is what we did, and we didn't stop till we collapsed. He's nearly dead and I'm breathing out my arse.
A bounty has been offered, and our great hunter has taken it upon himself to kill the beast.
We'll get no aid from us, no food or otherwise. We'll be given 2 days to fulfill the contract.
A helpful shopkeeper.
Once you're finished making your preparations, return here. My wife and I would be happy to have you as our guest.
And a young boy.
I, for one, hope you succeed, Garrett. It deserves to die. Slowly, for what it did.
A solitary quest for vengeance and glory begins.
Well, 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 look who it be. The grand and mighty savior of Lebanon has come down from his ivory tower to save us all.
Though nothing is ever as simple as it appears.
That'd be a good idea.
Audio Oblivious Productions presents Shadow of Lebanon.
No.
For more information, including pictures and videos of the stories told on this podcast, or to suggest stories for future episodes, please visit us at Creepy on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or email us at creepypod@gmail.com. All stories told on this podcast can be found at creepypasta.com. And protected by a Creative Commons license. Some rights reserved, unless otherwise stated.
When I get some spare time, I make the most of it. And with PokerStars Casino, every weekend I find loads of new and exciting games. Not to mention exclusive games that you can't find anywhere else. Now that's it, downtime. Hi, man.
Play today at PokerStars Casino. 19 plus gamble safely. Play well. Ontario only. PokerStars operates pursuant to an agreement with Fine Gaming Ontario. Hey there, listener. Have something to say? Then you're already a podcaster. You just don't know it yet. Whether you love to shoot the breeze with friends, have an urge to share your passions with the world, or even want to grow your business, you've got something worth saying with a podcast. With Acast, it can be easier to start your own show. Launch, grow, and make money from your podcast across all listening platforms. If you have something to say, you're a podcaster. Head over to acast.com to get started for free.
This is Creepy, a podcast dedicated to sharing the most famous, chilling, and disturbing creepypastas and urban legends in the world. Whether these stories truly happened or are simply fabrications is for you to decide. These stories may contain graphic depictions of violence and explicit language. Listener discretion is advised.
Expressionless by Ivy Sue. In June 1972, a woman appeared in Cedars-Sinai Hospital in nothing but a white blood covered gown. Now, this in itself should not be too surprising, as people often have accidents nearby and come to the nearest hospital for medical attention. There were two things that caused people who saw her to vomit in terror. The first being she wasn't exactly human. She resembled something close to a mannequin. It had no dexterity and fluidity of normal being. Her face was as flawless as a mannequin's, devoid of eyebrows and smeared with paint. There was a kitten clamping her jaws so unnaturally tight that no teeth could be seen, and the blood was still squirting out of her gown onto the floor. She then pulled it out of her mouth, tossed it aside, and collapsed. From the moment she stepped through the entrance to when she was taken to the hospital room and cleaned up before being prepped for sedation, she was completely calm, expressionless,
Don't have to prove?
and motionless. The doctors had to press to restrain her until the authorities could arrive, and she did not protest. They were unable to get any kind of response from her, and most staff members felt too uncomfortable to look directly at her for more than a few seconds. But the second the staff tried to sedate her, she fought back with extreme force. Two members of staff had to hold her down as her body rose up on the bed with the same blank expression. She turned her emotionless eyes towards the male doctor and did something unusual. She smiled. As she did, the female doctor screamed and let go of the shock. In the woman's mouth were not human teeth, but long, sharp spikes. Too long for her mouth to close fully without causing any damage. The male doctor stared back at her for a moment before asking, "What the hell are you?" She cracked her neck down to her shoulder to observe him, still smiling. There was a long pause. Security had been alerted, and when he heard coming down the hallway. As he heard them approach, she darted forward, sinking her teeth into the front of his throat, ripping out his jugular and letting him fall to the floor, gasping for air as he choked on his own blood. She stood up, leaned over him, her face coming dangerously close to his as the light faded from his eyes. She leaned closer and whispered in his ear, The doctor's eyes filled with fear as he watched her calmly walk away to greet the security men. His last ever sight would be watching her feast on her one by one. The female doctor who survived the incident named her expressionless. There was never a sighting of her again. This episode of Preview was presented by Lake Clarity.
Lake Clarity. And here we are. Listeners, what we see before us is an extremely dilapidated summer camp. Only problem is, it's locked.
After much painstaking labor, we were unable to break into the headmaster's cabin
Until we found the unlocked tool shed. All thanks to Allie. Of course, there wasn't any keys lying around, but Allie found a
crowbar.
Yeah, a crowbar.
If we're breaking in anyway, why don't we just use a rock?
Please, we're classier than a rock.
Come on, let's open this thing up. I want to test out my new crowbar.
Oh, your crowbar, huh? 5, 4, 3. So it's 2:42 a.m. and everyone is asleep, and I swore I heard something outside.
Is that a light?
We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. Now please take me back to camp.
Want to hear more? Subscribe to Lake Clarity on iTunes, Stitcher, or wherever podcasts are found. You can also find out more about the show by following us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, or by visiting our website, lakeclarity.com.
For more information, including pictures and videos of the stories told on this podcast, or to suggest stories for future episodes, please visit us at The Creepy on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or email us at creepypod@gmail.com. All stories told on this podcast can be found at creepypastawikia.com and protected by a Creative Commons license. Some rights reserved unless otherwise stated.
There are no hosts staying with you in a verbal vacation home. Don't get us wrong. We love our hosts. But if the owner of the place is there, sitting with you in the living room, cooking their food while you're trying to relax, or keeping tabs on everything you do, it would really be your vacation home, would it? Only full vacation homes, just for you and your people. Find yours on the Virgo app.
Start by saying that Peter Terry was addicted to heroin. We were friends in college and I continued to be after I graduated. It was last then 5. We dropped out after 2 years of therapy. And then we got to go on to a small apartment. See Peter as much. We would talk online every now and then. It was king pre-Facebook years. It really wasn't online for about 5 weeks straight. before I initiate conversation. Send a message. We can talk. That was what I told you before in the house. It got that name because nobody ever finished the twilight set. It was pretty simple and cliche. Reached the buyer with the building and $500. The guy heard it all. The house was located outside the city, 4 miles from my house. I would go back to jail. Heroin and walk at it. What's that best when they wake out or a big ghost or something? He told me to be too much credit for it. That was unnatural. Didn't believe him. I told them and checked out the next night, no matter how hard he tried to convince me otherwise. I had to go.
We've entered the Gasco system. According to our intelligence data, the Empire built this station in the late 23rd century, but abandoned it later when the region was no longer strategically important. Word is some refugees are living in the station now. You know the drill, right? Go to the station, preach the good news, get them on our side. Easy.
Getting docking codes now. They've opened a channel.
You are cleared for docking.
Welcome to Gasco Station. Our commander has assigned Tobal to escort you while you're here. Please speak to him when you're ready to leave the transporter room.
Good to have you here. We heard about you from the people who live in the old Sullivan Helix. The station commander has requested that I escort you to his office. Are you ready to go? I don't see anything wrong with that. You should know, however, that the colonists here are happy with the way things are. You'll have a hard time trying to convince them of your cause, but you're welcome to try. Renikev? There's no one by that name on this station.
Fight the Tal Shiar. Just stay out of their way and you'll be fine.
We don't want the Tal Shiar to attack here like they did at Craterus.
You're with the Taunt? Look, I don't want any trouble. I can't talk to you.
You can't fight the Tal Shiar. That's crazy talk.
Are you crazy? The Tal Shiar would wipe us out in an instant if we fought them.
I'm a doctor. I'm not interested in this war.
Colonists here aren't eager to fight, but it's sick bay. Why would they? You might have better luck talking with the commander of this station. He has more backbone than most of the people around here. We'll go through engineering. That's the quickest way to the administration area.
You're going down to the administration level, right? I think my brother's being held down there. His name is Hiven. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He talked back to one of the new guards yesterday, then he was thrown in the prison. You have to help him, please.
His brother was making insane accusations and causing trouble. He kept saying that one of the guards was with the Tal Shiar. That guard's entire family was killed by the Tal Shiar. He didn't appreciate it, and a fight broke out. Both the guard and this man's brother are in the brig. If you'd like, you can visit them after you're done talking to the commander. The commander's office is just ahead.
Welcome. It's good to meet you. I've heard so much about Titan's fleet and their fight against the Tal Shiar. I know you're here to offer us a chance to help, but perhaps there's a counter-offer you'd be willing to hear.
So good to see you again, my friend. It's time for us to talk. Surprised? You've been one step ahead of the Tal Shiar, but now your time has run out. Gasco Station belongs to us. Soon the Helix will be ours as well. Your little rebellion is coming to an end. I hope you enjoyed your tour of the station. You and your friends are going to be here for a very long time.
Don't resist. Make this easier on all of us. You and your crew will spend some time in our brig. But if you do as you're told, you could be released. Maybe even work with the Tal Shiar. There's no reason for there to be any more violence today. The Tal Shiar just want to help us. If you choose to defy us, I will be forced to order my men to fire. As much as I would like to believe, what hope does Titan have? You and your group have no real laws, no place to live. The Tal Shiar can give me and my people all of that and more. I'll ask you one last time. Stand down, and no one will get hurt.
Free any prisoners, and then get out of here.
Warning. Intruders present in Gasco Station. All personnel, please seek shelter.
You're with the townsmen. I heard about you. My name is Evan. I'm the only one left who will stand up for what's right. And look where it got me. The Tal Shiar took over the station a few days ago. I think it was right after you guys helped those people in the old Sullivan Helix. A few of us resisted and got thrown in prison. I'm the only one left alive. You have to get me and my brother out of here.
We've got a problem. Someone in the station activated a magnetic shield. It's blocking all of our attempts to use the ship's transporters. We had civilians who were trying to get to the ship, but now they're stuck too. We need to get to that transporter room, shut down the shield, and save any civilians that need our help.
If we want some more firepower, we can grab some equipment the Tal Shiar will use.
Appropriate to your profession. Press the Options button and open your inventory under the Ship and Crew heading. Select the kit in your inventory. Press the R3 button to crouch. Crouching, you will have defensive bonus against ranged attacks that increases damage from melee attacks.
Brother! I won't let you get away with this!
We need to get everyone back to the ship. There are enemy vessels inbound, and the ship is trapped in a tractor beam. Rescuing these colonists won't mean a thing if our ship is blown to pieces.
So you've escaped. How interesting. You really do intend to take this as far as you can, don't you? No matter. You cannot run from the rest of the Tal Shiar forces in the Gasco system. My only regret is that I won't be there to deal with you myself.
Getting out of here may be tougher than I thought. Show those Tal Shiar what happens when they cross us. If I send out Hakeev again, I'll make sure he loses more than an eye. I can't thank you enough for the help back there. I don't have much left now that Leios is gone. I'm good with a weapon, and I know my way around the ship. I'd be honored to stay aboard and help you fight the Tal Shiar.
We had to expect this eventually. The Tal Shiar are actively moving to stop us from gaining more followers, and even Hakeev is involved. The bad news is that we've lost Gasco Station. The good news is that the Tal Shiar is taking our movement seriously. That means we're gaining momentum. I'm going to talk to Tatan. I think it's time to take real steps toward freedom. Greetings.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thanks to additional information from the colonists from Gasco and Helix, we've managed to identify several possible systems that could have planets for our colonization efforts. We'll need you to scan these systems, see if there is a suitable planet, and then explore said planet to confirm your findings. You're looking for what will be the future homeworld for the Romulans. We've also been told by Federation and Klingon officials that talks of an alliance could begin if we identify a suitable planet to colonize. Datan and I will be speaking with those officials while you're exploring. This could be the next big step in our fight for independence. Greetings.
Hold the X
I have
button to
new
bring
orders
up your
for you.
Captain Commands menu, select Primary Mission, and then select Travel to automatically fly to your destination.
Initiating scan. Now. Preliminary reports are turning up negative, Captain. We could perform a more in-depth scan, but that could take nearly a week. Launching a satellite would allow us to monitor the area and move forward. Your orders? You can train your...
We can't get a clear reading from the planet that Tamer specified. Our best option will be to drop out of warp and investigate the area. Are you ready?
Fortunately, I underestimated the abilities of no one else. Fortunately, something understood it. Terrifying. Wise people don't need to. I still have to live with myself. I give the group a clever copy of Bruce 3 and 6.
Nausicaan ships, dead ahead. They were jamming our sensors. That's why we couldn't get a clear reading on this area. It's an ambush. They're hailing us. Probably to gloat. Pirates like these. If it's not Tal Shiar, it's the Nausicans. What's next? Iconians? We were able to get a few scans of the planet during combat. It's no good. The wildlife is too hostile and the natural resources too few. That leaves us with one last system, the Dewa system. Dewa 3 shows some promise. We can leave orbit whenever you're ready.
This time, instead of walls until interest right underneath and see if anything was below. Fortunately, there was. Below chose enough. The action was intended to go in. Today, not management. The last thing I was ever to take was something sinister. I wanted to throw up, and the last thing I wanted to do was remove that knife from under that chair. And it was still sobbing uncontrollably. And I was screaming into the panic of unanswerable questions. How did this here? How did they get into the panic? As I moved on the pool floor, I also sat in the chair, sobbing and protesting being hurt by myself. It was all too much to process. house management of everything was this whole time. And that's for some reason to repeat it after you got this far. If you did, he meant you to be silent in this great chair and back in the morning. You shoot those thoughts out of my head. It didn't matter. I took the next part of the chair.
We have confirmation of a suitable planet. I'm patching us through to Tamer now. He'll want an update on the situation. I'll connect you as soon as you're ready.
Excellent work. You should head to Dewa 3 and set up some orbital probes, and then beam down and investigate the surface. I'll set a course to the Dewa system and keep an eye out for any more Nausicaans. Dewa 3 is one of our last chances to find a habitable planet in this region. Good luck.
Yes, buddy. Well, can we help you?
Dewa 3. This could be the new Romulan homeworld. The radiation levels of this planet made it uninhabitable, but long-range surveys have detected drops in the toxicity over the past few years. Our orders are to deploy sensory probes to scan the planet, and, if they return positive, beam down for a closer look.
Press left to scan the area. Your tricorder will point you toward your nearest objective.
A real warrior never lets his prey escape.
Really? You tracked us all the way to a new system? That's the last we've seen of them. The reports from the probes confirm that radiation levels have lowered on the planet. An away team without protective gear should be safe. There don't seem to be any civilizations down there either, but we'll have to beam down to explore the area further. Are you ready to transport? There are several teams that will beam down to other parts of the planet while we explore.
Yes, I left. Left was what, hours. I left as I walked up to my car. I know where I go. I left as I pulled into my driveway. I left as I opened my front door of my house and I laughed. So it's like a small town. Etched in the floor.
Wow. Look at this place. It's beautiful. Our orders from Tamer are to analyze the local wildlife, flora, and minerals, as well as any bit of radiation.
Press left to scan the area. Your tricorder will point you toward your nearest objective. Scanning the radiation will cause the wave scanner minigame to appear. To play the minigame, use the left stick to line up the red waves with the blue waves in the background. Hold the triangle button to holster and draw your weapon.
This plant displays remarkable similarity to the plants once found on Romulus. The water is barely tainted by the planet's radiation.
Before she left, the Department of Life dollars to be followed by the partners of God. It also was a trade not unheard of, but this one is special. Probably named the doll after himself, not the rest of the world. Robert the doll became his president. He took it with my shopping trip to the town.
These creatures are fascinating. They seem to absorb the radiation around them.
This is Tamer. I've arrived at the outer rim of the planet. I'll be keeping a watch on any Tal Shiar or Nausicaan signals. How is the initial search going down there?
Truly, that is excellent news. We may just have our new home. I'll continue doing what I can from up here. Take your time now, and make sure nothing is overlooked. We can't have any doubt in declaring this our new homeworld.
The high amount of lead in these rocks could be the reason for the lowered radiation levels.
Are you still playing the Serenity, are you?
No. Oh, I don't. I'm on my Romulan.
Oh, okay.
As an escape crew, one more service to release the other relatives of time to do so. The rest of the mission stayed on, taking care of the building tower, and placing the box in the attic. This is where it resided in the after the death of his father.
I'm detecting ancient and dilapidated structures nearby.
He decided to live in the Victorian mansion. The turtle, Robert's domain, Mrs. Allen, back to the attic. The hair slowly became sour until Mrs. Allen supposedly went to the city and died of unknown reasons. Jane follows. Robert supposedly attacked people, sometimes locked them. People who pass by them that was on the promise of ongoing search for responding to what the owners of the gate. This was unacceptable. Robert was living in the DC Montella Museum in Key West, where he said that he needed last pockets. His place was living for the dollar not a good kind of expensive things. This is the poison of those things offered. The smiles that have the turn of the skull. One employee named Robert got all the lights. Robert said it was just a position for fresh air and dust on his shoes. Some say it was the person. If you want to take a picture of him, I'll send it to you.
This fern seems to be resistant to the ambient radiation on this planet. It could be useful in treating radiation sickness.
To this day, Robert remains at the East Montella Museum in the sailors' questions stuff on it. And what gives Robert the dog is visit us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at @BigBeatMom. This episode is
on a failed mining colony far from Earth, the military state sent a special research team into the dark lava sector beyond the wall, known as the Bridge. Nothing could prepare the team for what they are about to experience. Citizens, we entreat you to experience the free...
We should investigate that old bridge nearby when we're done with our scans.
Savagery and horror at nerdyshow.com/liberty, iTunes, and Stitcher. And remember, may the Archon watch over you.
Okay.
What's that? Tholians. What are they doing here? Tholians. Just what we needed. Tholians are known for not caring very much about us humanoids. I don't think they even know the difference between a Romulan and a Reman. The ship isn't detecting any more Tholian ships in orbit, but with our luck, that'll change. We should see what those Tholians are after. This is gonna be our planet. They can't take it from us.
Extra damage to enemies by flanking them. Try attacking your enemies on their sides or behind them.
Interested in those rocks back there. Should we check it out?
Watch out! More Tholians inbound. More on the way, sir. Why are they so interested in this site?
No idea. We'll find out once we have a second.
Concentrations. This is before closer to Kenway.
One more group inbound. It looks like they're sending one of their commanders.
Everything was hard in the first 5 days. Subjects really complained.
Whatever is buried in those rocks, let's see what's beneath them.
After 9 days, the first of them started screaming.
There appears to be a sword fossilized in the secretion layer. Trying to scan it now. Wait, this is incredible! There's definitely a blade here, and its composition and size match those of Vulcan blades from about 1900 years ago. There are only a few examples of those weapons left. Most of them were destroyed during the time of Awakening.
Greetings. What have you found? Interesting. The sword could prove to be something unbelievable. Maybe even something made by Saharian. I'm concerned about the Tholians, and I'm beginning a full scan for any of their ships in orbit.
Tamer has closed the channel, sir. I'll have the geode and blade transported to the science lab on board the ship. We should return as soon as possible. Tamer will need our help.
The oxygen consumption chamber indicated all 5 must still divide. These were not to get by people considering food level of
Yeah, that's that carpet cleaning place.
Oh, the Christie
They
bit
don't
of it?
rent them out. They just come and do it themselves.
Oh, okay.
But I'll call them tomorrow.
Well, Remco or whatever? Nice. Did they say how much it was?
There's surprised that every single prince that called Mr. Spawn no longer wanted food. The researchers go to forces from research. And if you provoke any more responses in the air commerce when they decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day, Richard was forced to steal the gas and filled his pressure and immediately voiced his full microphone again to the trap. Voices again back and completely full life no longer wants to turn the gas back on. Action was over and soldiers sent in troop test subjects. The industry modeled the evidence scored the soldiers. What they sounded as inside. 4 and 5 subjects are still alive. That's what they call the state minions in the point. Rations best at 5, but not so much as touched.
We managed to take out a few Tholian ships, but now we're trapped within one of their webs. There are more Tholians on the way. You've got to take out the nearby Tholians to get us out of here.
I'll call them tomorrow.
How much it was, though?
Thank you. We don't have time to relax, however. I'm picking up a large Tholian ship leaving warp. Get ready. The Tholians have some of the most advanced technology. Hopefully the Tholians will stay away. What did you find? Is it possible for us to colonize the planet? By the elements, a habitable planet and one of Saharian's lost blades? That could only mean that this planet must be one of the worlds our ancestors visited after the Sundering. I knew that their path could have taken them in this area, but I never... I'll have to speak to Mimic. She's always had an interest in our history. You should get to the flotilla and speak to Datan. He'll want to know everything you've found.
Muscles that are still fresh and skeleton abandoned toll. They've broken 9 bones in the struggle not to be subdued. Most of them felt the forces on the muscles had exerted on them. The second survivor had been the first to get 5 and start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed, he was unable to back on objective surgery. But he reacted by shaking his head violently to some verbal dance that a gas was put air. He shook his head yes when someone suggested, reluctant. He tried to surgery without other step. They did not react for me to a 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what would be a mistake. As I had stated repeatedly that it should be impossible for the patient to still be alive.
I swear if we do this, they don't come in and fix.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about that today at Bible study. All these slum wards want the rent, but they don't want to fix. I said, we have one of them.
Yeah.
They want the rent, but they won't come in and repair. And she says, I suppose to make up the excuse. Yep. Says make up one excuse, you fix that. And they still won't come in, they think of another reason.
Jolan True, you found something
I know one of
incredible.
them.
This will be the new home of the Romulin Republic. It will be Mol Reha, New Romulus, and we will create a new way of life there. This is exactly what we needed to begin.
Well, the thing is, they've never been like this before.
And the Federation at Kittimer. Unless you have any more questions, I would report it to
Why
me.
now?
I have many
Probably because
preparations.
it's a different company.
Well, that's with this company. They've never been like this.
I don't know.
Good work. I knew you were the right person for this job. It will take us a long time to analyze the sword you found. We have to be very careful with something like this. But even the possibility of finding the sword of the Raptor Star has given everyone on the flotilla hope for the future. Your role isn't done yet, however. Datan and I both want you to be with us for our next task. Meeting with the Federation, Klingons, and Empress Sela on Kittimer to talk about peace and the colonization of New Romulus. Greetings.
Congratulations, Centurion.
Congratulations. You've proven yourself to be invaluable to the Republic Navy and earned the respect of your fellow officers. Return to New Romulus. I would like to formally recognize your contributions to the Republic.
Thank you.
We've made a breakthrough. We can't lay claim to Dewa 3 and make it our new home without allies. The planet is close to Klingon space, although they've never formally claimed it. If we could get their support, or that of the Federation, we would be able to break away from the Romulan Star Empire without worrying what the Tal Shiar will do. Datan has been working for weeks to get the Klingons and the Federation to agree to talks. Now representatives from both factions will be at Kittimer to hear our proposal, and so will the Empress. I want you there as well. I think we'll need someone like you on our side. It won't be easy, but this is our best chance to create a new life and a new world.
Started shot the commander point blank between the eyes. Then turned the gun on the main subject. Friends out of this world.
Greetings.
Pictures and videos of the stories told on this podcast, or to suggest stories for future episodes, please visit us at CreepyPod on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or email us at creepypod@gmail.com. All stories told on this podcast can be found at creepypasta.com and protected by a Creative Commons license. Some rights reserved unless otherwise stated.
When I get some spare time, I make the most of it. And with PokerStars Casino, every week I can find those new and exciting games. Not to mention exclusive games I can't find anywhere else. Now that's a downtime. I'm in.
Play today at PokerStars Casino. National Plus Gambling. Play well. Ontario. PokerStars operates pursuant to an agreement with iGaming Ontario.
When I get some spare time, I make the most of it. And with PokerStars Casino, every week I can find those new and exciting games. Not to mention exclusive games I can't find anywhere else. Now that's a downtime. I'm in.
Play today at PokerStars Casino. National Plus Gambling. Play well. Ontario. PokerStars operates pursuant to an agreement with iGaming Ontario.
violence and explicit language. Listener discretion is advised.
Dead mind. You know how Fox has a weird way of counting Simpsons episodes? They refuse to count a couple of them, making one episode's inconsistent. The reason for this is a lost episode from season 1. Finding details about this missing episode's difficult. No one who's working on the show at the time likes to talk about it. From what's been pieced together, the lost episode was written entirely by Matt Groening. During the production of the first season, Matt started to act strangely. He was very quiet and seemed nervous and morbid. Mentioning this to anyone who was present results in them getting very angry and forbidding him ever mention it to Matt. I first heard of it at an event where David Silverman was speaking. Some of the crowd asked about the episode of the Silvermans left the stage and hours ago. The episode production number was 7G06. The title was Dead Body. The episode labeled 7G06 for Lisa. Created a bright production code behind the latter's existence. This began asking anyone who didn't show up to this one, after making this nothing for directly communicating with me. At an event, the following after spoke to the actually, she's talking alone as easily to be over. He didn't seem upset that I followed him. I'll be expected to go and cover him.
Excuse me, Mr. Grinning. Hi, it's not sure if Listen, I have a question about a specific episode.
Not sure.
Yeah, for some information on episode 7G06. Mona Lisa. No, well, actually, I was referring to the episode called Dead Body.
When I mentioned the last episode, though, color drained from his face and he started trembling. When I asked him if he could tell me any details, he sounded like he was on the verge of tears. He grabbed a piece of paper, wrote down and handed it to me.
Yeah, take it. Take this ever.
To mention the episode again. Piece of paper and a website address. I really not say what it was for reasons specific. I entered the address in my browser and I can't even say it was completely blocked, except for a line of text. Download. I clicked on it and the file started downloading. Once the file was downloaded, my computer went crazy. It was the worst virus I'd ever seen. The system restored it. The entire computer had to be booted. Working on this though, I copied the file on this. I tried to open it on my computer, and as I suspected, every episode of The Simpsons. The episode started off like any other episode, with very poor quality animation. Did you see that early animation from Some Enchanted Evening? It was similar. Less stable. The first act is fairly normal, but this act is cool, off, Marcy depressed, Sissy anxious, Nancy genuine anger and hatred for his parents. The episode is about the Simpsons going out to be trip. The first act
This place has some bad blood. Back in 2346, the Romulan military launched a massive attack that slaughtered all the Klingon colonists here and took the planet. The Klingons took it back in the chaos after Shinzon's rebellion. This is the first time since then that they've allowed Romulans to be here. We should be careful. The Klingons aren't going to be in a great mood. Just having us here will be a reminder of what's happening. Zatan is waiting for us with the rest of the Romulan diplomats in the Hall of Conquest.
Full advantage of it having almost photorealistic time of his dead body. Act 1 ended with the Shadowbug's corpse. When Act 2 started, Mark and Lisa were sitting at the table, crying. The crime like
I wonder what it takes to be put in the Gallery of Honor.
more pain and some more real stuff. Better activate everything possible. She said that Kate wants to cry.
Chamber of Conquest. Let's hope one day the Klingons turn their attention to the Tal Shiar.
Faces looking in the window, flashing in and out so you can sure what they look like. This crime.
It's good to see a friendly face. The air here is a bit tense right now. I need to stay here and prepare for Empress Seela's arrival, which I'm sure will not be pleasant. Could you speak with the Klingon and Federation delegations? See what they're thinking. Get a feel for how the negotiations will go, and most importantly, try to convince them of our sincerity. We're still working on an agreement, but an initial proposal is on the table. The Federation and Klingons will help us establish new Romulus, as long as they can set up embassies on the planet. They wish to use this as a chance to acquire Romulan technology and Romulan allies. We need assistance to create a new world. It's a give and take, one that will hopefully work. You can start by speaking with some of the delegates from the Klingon Empire and the Federation. Just because an initial proposal has been presented does not mean the conference is over. Far from it. Any information you can get me about what they're thinking will help when it comes time to present our case.
All of them had dead on them. I guess your dad sins like Michael Jackson and George Harrison. The dates were when they would die. The credits were completely silent and sealed written. Final images of Simpson young on the couch, making the intros, but how drawn and hyper-realistic style from its corners. I thought I couldn't after seeing the episode for the first time.
The Hall of Heroes. They're probably Klingon heroes who killed Romulans.
I understand their stance, but still, there are issues. The would-be Romulan Republic is weak and fractured. How could an alliance benefit us?
Spectators can talk a man into just about anything, I think. Yeah, I've chosen my cause.
One of the town's followers. Greetings. I am Ambassador Satas, representative for the Klingon Empire. I am curious, what exactly does your group have to offer the Klingons in an allegiance? Satas is no warrior, and Klingon politics have little in common with Romulan machinations. You have bravado, I'll give you that. That doesn't mean you are strong or trustworthy. Perhaps an alliance with your group would bolster our strength against the Federation. If you don't stab us in the back, that is. We shall see.
nasty work. The Federation ambassador can't put his teeth together for more than a minute. The Vulcan just stares daggers at everyone. Half of my delegation are a breath away from ripping into the Starfleeters like rampaging tars. And we're all stuck in here with you backstabbing greenbloods. Did I offend you? Get used to it. We don't have a reason to trust you. And I don't know if we ever will.
Protected by a creative commons license. Some rights
At least you have some manners. Nice to know that you all aren't as ill-bred as the stories say. There's some strength in you. I like that. Perhaps you would be a valuable ally. But just because you know when to bring a Klingon a drink does not mean we are friends. I'm keeping an eye on you and your kind.
Klingons don't seem too thrilled with the idea of being allies. Maybe we'll have better luck with the Federation.
A podcast dedicated to sharing this chilling and disturbing creepypastas and urban legends of the world. Whether these stories truly happened or simple fabrications is for you to decide. These stories may contain graphic depictions of violence and explicit language. Listener discretion is advised.
In the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States caught a strange, human-like creature, sparking local media interest before a black hole was encrypted. Little or no information was left intact, and most online and written accounts of the mysterious.
One of our new potential allies. I am Jiro Sugihara, a representative of the Federation Diplomatic Corps. Let's talk, shall we? Yes, I'd love a chat. Now, please don't take the cool reactions of some of my colleagues as an indication of how the whole of the Federation feels. There is a history between our two governments, but I believe with some work, we can all come to a peaceful agreement. Don't you agree? Of course you do. Of course. Why else would you and other fine and forward-thinking Romulans, such as Datan, be present here at this conference? I like to think of all of us, Federation, Klingon, and Romulans alike, as engineers. We're building bridges to a newer and brighter future. We're architects, designing load-bearing structures upon which we might build vital cooperative efforts. But before we get to the window dressing, of course, you know where we must begin. Why, with the foundations. You knew that, of course. There's nothing we cannot achieve if we're able to continue to sit down and discuss our differences, and bit by bit, measure by measure, work through them and learn from one another. We must start fresh. So as one potential friend to another, I ask this entirely as a personal question. How do you feel about reunification? I know there are a lot of people in the Federation still opposed to it, but I am certain that if we simply sit down together and discuss the issue rationally, we can... We've all come to see that reunification is a wonderful idea, isn't it? Bringing long-lost brothers back together and mending hurts from so long ago. Really, that's what the Romulans and Vulcans are, don't you think? A family divided. It's a shame. I think of my daughter. She's a lovely girl. Takes after her mother in many respects. She's on Bajor now, but I love seeing her as much as possible. I couldn't imagine how dreadful being separated from her would be. But that's what Romulans and Vulcans must feel all the time. That's why I believe reunification should happen as soon as possible. Imagine all the wounds it would heal, the pain that would go away. That would only be the start. If Vulcans and Romulans could find peace, why not peace with the Klingons, the Herodian?
2006.
It would be a wake-up call to all races that peace, prosperity, and unity are all possible. Our Federation has its problems, but we've learned to live and work together. There's no reason we all can't do so.
I woke up thinking my husband and God not to use the restroom. I used the movie to steal back the sheets only to wake in the process. I apologize.
I know your kind too well to ever trust what you say. I will not be taken in by your attempts to be disarmed.
Almost knocked me out of the pool. Then you grabbed me and said nothing.
It has yet to be determined if anyone is being hunted. If that is the case, Starfleet will take the appropriate action within the bounds of the Prime Directive. I have spent more than 3 decades defending the Federation from Romulan plots. I have seen all of the tricks, the deceptions, all of the treachery that is born of hubris. Romulan...
I was not instantly frightened by her. More concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and being tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed and then crawled quickly in a flavoring sort of motion right along the head until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds.
Jolan True, what do you have to report?
Just looking.
There's doubt everywhere. We will have to be careful not to...
This conference is a farce.
See them!
You're not trying to found a settlement. You're rebelling against your sovereign. You're stirring up dissent with your wild stories of mysterious aliens and colony attacks.
Wild stories?
Until now, I gave your little movement some leeway because I thought I could convince you to see the error. This ridiculous conference shows me I've been far too forgiving.
You! How could you?
That's enough. You two, please leave this to Tamara and me.
It's the break. My husband drove his car to a lake that night and rushed her to the hospital.
Unbelievable. How can that woman stand there and deny everything? If you ask me, the only thing worse than the Tal Shiar is the politician who lies for them. There should be no allegiance with such... Hold on. Getting a message from the ship. We're picking up odd ships on sensors. Ships that match the one we scanned back when the colony was destroyed. Good. Now they'll have to deal with us, the Klingons, and the Federation.
The Klingon command base has ordered us to remain in orbit and leave the defense of Khitomer to them. However, I'm certain that the singularity signature I'm detecting is the same ship that was in orbit of Virenot during the attack. This could be the person responsible for the destruction of the colony. Do we investigate, despite the Klingons' objections?
A small collection of what we believe comes of the raid. None of them came in the history of the fire. One journal had been translated featuring its first 3 pages, and then finished it again. The ship's others were nothing but the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the raid. It was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where creatures visit with one series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned and spoke to them, daughter included. This led us to wonder if the Reagan visited any of us before our last encounter. I said if it did
Just like us laying on that Bible.
Everything. For 2 weeks.
Yeah, what can I do for you, Mr. Ray?
When tedious came through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the second week, I was used to the occasional sluggish sleep that couldn't clear the recording at 8 times normal speed. This still took almost an hour every day. On the first day of the third week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice.
I'm picking up multiple anomalies in the area. The Klingons are still ignoring them. We should investigate them and be prepared for whatever happens. Keep an eye out for Klingon ships. If any hostiles appear, they'll show up too. If we're lucky, we'll target the enemy and not us. The Alachi were hiding the Tall ship.
Why am I not surprised that you were the one who discovered us? I'm quite happy you did, though. Now I have a chance to rectify the mistakes of Gasco Station Captain Gerard, you have no place in this fight between us. This is a Romulan affair.
Colonel Hakim, you came into sovereign Klingon territory with hostile intent. You brought these aliens into our space. Now, you have the unmitigated goal to try to give orders to a Klingon warrior? This is not a Romulan affair anymore, Colonel. You have insulted me, and you will pay the price!
I don't care if you have 100 Klingon ships. You will not stop me.
So I cannot rule out the possibility that this was all a Romulan trick. My ship will continue to patrol the area. You should return to the conference.
Keeve beamed something down to the surface before he warped. I think... Yes, we're getting confirmation. He beamed explosives down to Kittimer. We've got to get down there and disarm them before anyone finds out. Even a hint of a problem like this, and the conference will be shut down. We'll lose our best chance for colonization.
Upon further research and eventually traveling on site, I found it was desolate and had been abandoned after the Great War. I had the building was it was burnt out from the inside. Had air fire broken out or someone wanted to incinerate all the wood furniture. After a few hours of cautiously making my way into the studio and snapping pictures, I isolated out of the way room. After replaced with a fuel box,
what is your status? I'm in the Hall of Heroes now, and things are underway. Did you handle the situation with the Alachi? This is not good. It will be too easy for any disturbance to be blamed on us, and Hakim knows it. I'll start searching the Hall of Heroes. Contact me once you've found all of the explosives on your end. I'll do my best to discreetly look for anything amiss over here.
Probably over there.
In front of the stereo?
Well, maybe.
Make sure the Klingons do not find the bombs first. If they do, there's a good chance we'll be seeing one another soon in a jail cell.
Who knew you could pull that much of a man's brain out through the eyesight? A little keepsake.
Well, if they come and you're not up yet, you're going to be surprised, won't you?
I don't know enough about those things to say.
What do you know?
Just a bunch of old wives' tales from the stories.
There's too many voices here. Too many dead souls. I have to leave now. Serena, you're very sick. You're trying to pull me back, don't you see?
Check fire.
You're crazy.
The whole system works quite well. Process test.
The Tal Shiar had spies here the entire time.
Somewhat simpler.
CampfireRadioTheater.com.
Oh no.
For more information, pictures, videos, stories told on this podcast, or to suggest stories for future episodes, please visit us on Twitter, Facebook, or visit us at creepypod@gmail.com. All stories told on this podcast can be found at creepypasta.com and are protected by a Creative Commons license. Some license reserved.
I just had to.
Okay.
Did you get the explosives? Good. That's a relief. I found a bomb near one of the statues in the back of the hall. I should be able to confirm that these devices were made by the Tal Shiar once the conference is over. It will be more proof that they cannot be trusted. Why don't you come inside the conference? The Klingons are about to speak. It should be interesting to hear what they have to say.
See, this ain't just downtime. No, this is epic downtime. I'm Dave.
Like today, Stars Casino, National Park Naval Station, play well, Ontario.
In conclusion, think about how many times we've been fooled by Romulans. Sela already sent the Tal Shiar to attack us here. Who is to say Detan is not part of her plan? We must not allow this alliance to happen. Hakeem! Green blood, stay back! What do you think you're doing? What are you? Remember this. He gave his life for me, for a Klingon.
Committed to trying to find peaceful solutions first. But we can help you in your fight to bring justice to the Tal Shiar, if you accept our assistance. We know you have much to do to build a new homeworld and free your people. The Federation wants to be your ally in everything.
But it will take time for them to commit. Now Tamer has shown the Klingons that there is honor and nobility among us. We may not have gotten what we wanted today, but I foresee a day where we will build a home and a life on New Romulus. The next step must be yours. Both Starfleet and the Klingon Defense Force have agreed to take Romulans into their forces. I'd like you to be the first. You will be our eyes, ears, and hands in their fleets. More importantly, you will be our voice. Where you serve is your choice. But wherever you go, always remember that you are Romulan. If you haven't done so already, speak with the representatives of the Federation and the Klingon Empire. Then, take some time to think it over. When you are ready, speak with Subcommander Nadell back on the flotilla.
Tamer gave his life so that we would be understood by the others. I know I won't forget this. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to take down the Tal Shiar, so I'm with you on this, no matter what. The ship is awaiting our return whenever you're ready. We need to report to Subcommander Nadell and let her know everything that's happened.
Decided to get it in one more cave for the board. So we set our sights on this. Catholic cave, but since neither was a good cave in a while, it looks like a small message on the lower portion of the cave that I wanted to check out to see if it was possible to pass it. It had a small opening, lots of air.
Welcome back. I'm Subcommander Nadell. Tamer's final actions impress both the Klingons and the Federation. The time has come for you to decide who you will be allied with. Starfleet and the Klingons both have sent diplomats to stay here at the flotilla. Talk to them if you have any questions. Then speak to me when you are ready to make your choice. Time is short. What do you need of me? This final choice must be yours. But I know you will honor Tamer and serve our people well, no matter where you decide to go. So what is it to be then? The Klingons or the Federation? Time is short. What do you need of me? Tamer was a great man. He touched so many lives among the survivors, and I know he thought very highly of you. I can think of no better way to honor his commitment and sacrifice than by continuing to serve the Romulan people. On to business. The flotilla will be working on beginning settlement of Dewa 3, or what we're calling New Romulus. Good luck out there.
It's on the side of the cave wall.
Time.
Congratulations, Centurion.
Time is short. What do you need of me?
Say a little after midnight? Oh, okay. I realize it was that late already.
Good. The Republic has need of your talents. The Romulan Star Empire still has many followers.
They've taken to pillaging outposts and settlements on the fringes of space, where nobody will challenge them. We need to deny them resources if we're to keep them from rebuilding their fleet and presenting a bigger threat to the Republic. Several Allied forces are committing to joint operations against the Star Empire.
Oops. Sorry, buddy. I had to. I just tried to kick it over. It's ignorance ring.
Floyd Collins was a cave back in the early 1900s. He got stuck in between crawl space with the Navy. So it is an amazing story that is detailed in the book called Trapped, the story of Floyd Collins. Colin got passage Floyd's tomb was not able to be deployed, but it counted it besides the passage.
Myself. Howdy.
I think it's for all this work. The rest of the journal entry both climb out of the cave or dinner and our trip.
For more information, including pictures and videos of the stories told on this podcast, or to suggest stories for future episodes, please visit us at on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or email us at creepypod@gmail.com. All stories told on this podcast can be found at creepypasta.com and are protected by a Creative Commons license. Some rights reserved, unless otherwise stated.
Play today at Focus Stars Casino. National Classic play well. Ontario. Focus Stars operates the
I didn't go then. Oh boy. Haha. Didn't go then, buddy. I'm sorry.
This is Creepy, a podcast dedicated to sharing the most famous, chilling, and disturbing creepypastas and urban legends in the world. Whether these stories truly happened or are simply fabrications is for you to decide. These stories may contain graphic depictions of violence and explicit language. Listener discretion is advised.
Huh?
Explicit language? I don't hear any explicit language.
It's only in the odd episode.
Oh.
He and I were both excited to get back to the cave and get to work. I figured with about 4 hours work, and see what's on the other side. We'd arranged a borrower to walk cordless drill to bring with us. We also had the masonry bits to drill sledgehammers to break up the rock, bolt pins to insert into the drill holes, and a few other tools that we ended up using. Getting the tools down to the work site would be a challenge. One of us would climb down the rope and stop the ledge or the rest in place, and the other person would load the tools. We kept repeating the routine until we got to the bottom of the cave. Then we had to break the tools in the hole. It took about an hour to finally get to work. We took the first turn at the hole. After an hour of exhaustive work, we could tell that we were not going to get through the main section. We kept trading off after the work by so much sweat. One would take a break to get some water while the other one would routine went like this. To begin, we had to get down on our hands and knees and do our best to avoid smacking our heads on this. Working in this awkward position and going to the wall on the floor. That was difficult work. Had to push on it, though it was still slow progress. Then we inserted the bolt pin into the hole and hammered on it until the rock broke up. It was a process. To give you an idea of how slow it went, the typical size rock that would break off was about 3 in size. We broke off a larger piece, about a third the size of my palm. It was cause for celebration. From time to time, for variety, it was way up in the hole chisel with 5-pound sledge. Slow progress. The problem with the sled is that we picked good swing to take orders. Even though we spent many hours and several trips working on the hole, we never did find a better technique for widening the hole. The drill bolt and hammer got the best results for our efforts, which I think was crazy.
I said, I need to find, and then I said, your brain.
Yeah. Seriously consider how we operated in the ultimate cave and running an extension cord down to the jackhammer. Even how about using liquid nitrogen to freeze the rock with the drill. After a couple hours of hard work, we go out of the room. The book ended up with a battery. We had a second battery, so we swapped it. The second battery lasted a little longer, but the thing didn't kick it off. Finally, more hours of the second one. How different. For the first time since we got the people said gold for us. It was nice to check out the results of